the Overanalyst channel. Probably going to be a slightly longer one today since, well, we've got a lot to take care of if we want to make serious progress in good old Dark Souls. Give me just a moment to crack open my drink and get these headphones on, and we'll be all ready for you. There we go. Now, if you recall last time, we made quite a bit of progress in relatively short span of time, rang our second Bell of Awakening, and climbed a fortress, Sen's Fortress, to topple its Iron Guardian and be deposited at the periphery of Anor Londo, Lord Gwyn's glorious fortress city, which really is, like, legitimately, in terms of its color palette and presentation and architectural style, probably one of the cooler environments I've seen in a Souls-like. We just really quickly ran into this little bonfire chamber, and if we feel so inclined, which we do, we can speak with Anor Londo's official bonfire keeper.
Well, you are a rare...
Firekeeper, rather.
Welcome to the lost city of Anor Londo, chosen undead. If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here and head straight yonder. If you are the chosen one, a revelation shall visit thee. What follows thereafter depends upon you.
Right. This is the Lady of the Dark Moon. She has an absolutely glorious-looking armor set. I believe it's called the Brass Armor, and a pretty cool weapon I don't think we'll get to see.
What is it?
For ourselves for some time.
Well, I am the keeper of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city? A gatekeeper and a guide. That is my calling. The bonfires attended by the keepers are special. They are linked to one another, and their flames never die. Yet never shall the keepers of these flames meet. If you require rest, now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire is for. If you require rest...
Right. So she mentioned there being a number of these firekeepers, and we've met them. We've met several of them. Anastasia, our friend from Firelink Shrine that Lautrec killed, the Fair Lady underneath Poop City, and now her. But not every bonfire has an attendant keeper. So I guess that implies that there were many more of them at one time. But ditto with all of the firekeeper souls we keep finding to reinforce that flask. But she also points out, or references an element of the story I've not been paying particular attention to. And that is, God, look at this place, gorgeous, right? The notion that... Let me get back into the bonfire room, because I noticed we are unhallowed, and we definitely don't want to get invaded here. We are, like, at least attempting to fulfill this prophecy of a chosen undead who will help Lord Gwyn kindle the first flame, right? This magical, potent source of energy that fueled this glorious golden age, and keep the dark out just a little bit longer. In other words, if we're strong enough, if we're tough enough, if we're witty enough, we can help perpetuate Lord Gwyn's world just a little bit longer. The real question, as I've discussed many times now, is whether or not that's a good idea, and whether the costs for not doing so are as high as Gwyn would have us believe. Now, this could be a very bad idea, but I do really kind of want to see what's in that chest guarded by the sentinels. Is it possible to kite just one of them? Yes, it is. Yes, sir, right this way. Ooh. I need to get the hang of dodging that again. One. Oh, he's not gonna follow up? Slam. Jesus Christ. Good news is he's, well, so big that his shield doesn't do him a whole lot of good if we're close enough. Mobile, though. Oh, and right in the crush. That's gotta hurt. So maybe we... I was gonna say we dodge into that, but no. That's the one. You can really punish, well, both the dodges and the shield slams. The polearm swings are easily their trickiest attack. The stab and the slam, not quite so bad. There are a fair few of these guys, but they're not actually what I would consider to be, like, really common enemies in Anor Londo. Check this out, though. Beautiful statue with a very, very ornate spear. Don't worry, it's not going to attack us, nor is this chest, thankfully. Oh, get some more Demon Titanite just sitting around, I suppose. Well, now that we collected that, we'll want to stay away from there for a little bit, because that's the pathway to Duke C's castle. And we're not going to want to, like, seek after him for a little while. Won't be able to do much over there. Now, real quick, since we can, I want to see if any of our equipment needs repairing. We'll go ahead and repair the rapier and our shield. Our armor should still be fine. Can we reinforce anything yet? Do we have enough? Oh, looks like we do. Rapier plus 9? Yeah, why not? Rapier plus 10? Sure. Now with that, we should be able to push on just a little bit further. There are a fair few bonfires here, and we're kind of going to need them to get all the way over there to Lord Gwyn's castle. Love the design of it. Like, this entire castle complex is obviously meant to evoke, like, strong religious imagery. It looks very, well, very, like, high medieval Catholic to me. Very fancy little elevator. And if Dark Souls has taught you anything, it should be you always investigate elevator chambers, because there might be something there. I don't know that there is in this one, but I want to say there's an elevator chamber in Anor Londo that has a secret treasure or two. Oh, check it out, it's our good buddy the Bell Gargoyle, back for a second round. And for the record, yeah, this is just the same enemy. A bit more resilient for the area, of course, but, like, same moveset, same attacks, just, like, stats scaled upwards slightly. How far we've come, hey? Now, I think we can chop his tail off for another axe, so yeah, why not? There we go! Dropped that helmet for us. It looks pretty cool with certain armor sets, just I have a feeling it wouldn't do with this one. Here we've got a rather advanced little elevator contraption, and one we will have to lower if we want a nice little shortcut, which, trust me, we do. But first we want to drop down here, because Anor Londo is just swimming in secret treasures. What do we have here? Oh, yep, more Demon Titanite. I guess they imagined we really want to spruce up some of those special weapons, hey? Instead of the very plain but reliable sword that's gotten us so far. And yeah, that's meant to be something of a hint. Hold on first, though. I want to make sure there's nothing else on the platform. Doesn't look it. It's been so long I can hardly remember. But yes, I do know for a fact we're actually going to need to find our way in there before we can actually access the elevator doohickey. Meaning, time to do something we're going to need to master while we're in Anor Londo. Running along sloped roofs and, like, dropping down from one beam to another or onto balconies or something like that. Terribly, terribly unsettling stuff, but gotta be done, right? Whoop. Welcome to the painting hall. And say hello to the bizarre painting guardians. I believe they only really appear in this one room, but there's an absolute army of them. Not too powerful, but they do possess a unique, pretty cool armor set that has really high magic defense, I believe. And their weapons inflict bleed, if I'm remembering correctly. And now it's time for, yeah, yikes. Some, particularly dangerous acrobatics on our part. Oh boy. Do you notice that treasure attached to the chandelier? We're gonna have to find a way to get that down. And yeah, it's gonna be as dangerous as you think. There we go. Better you than me, buddy. We're gonna move very slowly here because it's easier to fall off than you'd think. And trust me, of all the cool ways to die in Dark Souls, falling from the rafters is not one of them. Unless we were, say, to fall on top of another enemy or something. That'd be pretty cool, but don't believe that's a possibility here. Alright. We're gonna just waddle our way over there. Oh! These guys aggro at a pretty decent range, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Just keep at it. One of those will get through. I believe in you. Dude, don't roll up here. Are you crazy? Ah. Oh, that's kind of useful, I guess. And goodbye. And here we can see a statue flanked by Black Knight statues. Clearly a figure of some renown. And oh, these poor guys. Okay, so how do we want to play this? Cause see, there's treasure down there. I just cannot recall how to get around to it. We can always come back later, you know? Priority 1 is making it across the hall the first time without going splat, so clearly a figure of some importance, right? Oh, for God's sake. And much, much larger than the knights. Perhaps we're supposed to drop down and roll up. Oh, jeez. Hello. Hi. Is there a... I swear I'm not crazy. There are plenty of secret doors in this game, just... I guess not as many as I remember there being. So maybe we want to do the same over there to access that treasure chest. Oh, this is a bad idea. But, hey. Should we maybe temporarily put on one of our rings? We can repair them, I think. Let's give it a try. Yeah, see, looks like we can maybe do a running jump or roll through the gap in the windows. Yes! Okay, now treasure, come to Papa. Oh, it better be something good, right? Oh! It's another painted guardian. Painting guardian. Oh, just the throwing knives? Come on, they've got some really cool gear. Anything here? This should be a regular chest, yeah. Divine Blessing. I mean, it's okay. It's okay, not like top tier stuff, but it's helpful. Now, guess we've got to pull this off again to avoid going splat. Good. Good. Whew. Now once we pass through the fog door, we should be at the elevator platform, I want to say. Does this just spit us out right onto it? Yes, it does. Good stuff. Alright, so let's swap out our rings. There we go, that's the one we want. And before we mess around with that, let's head downstairs. Down a lot of stairs. Oh, check that out. There's a very angry bell gargoyle already waiting for us. Good. That's gonna open up a path for us, linking Lord Gwyn's castle with basically the bonfire chamber. But yikes. We're still gonna want to go downstairs after this. Okay. Oh, no axe that time? Pity. Yeah, these guys ain't too bad at this point. It's really cool that they brought, like, an early game boss back as, like, an elite enemy in a location like this. Hey, we finally got the last pieces of equipment. The halberd and shield. The shield isn't great. I think the halberd's pretty effective for certain builds, I want to say. Like, neither of them are fantastic pieces of equipment, but both really, really cool. And they'll give us some additional lore. Now this spits us out on the base level of the painting hall, which we're definitely going to want to explore. And you can see where it gets its name from, right over there, that massive, eerily detailed painting guarded by the world's least competent elite security force. Now those knives do hurt, just, you know, not enough. It might just be me, but it looks like their little short swords may intentionally resemble like a painter's palette knives, or palette knife. Like that shape is very evocative of a palette knife to me. Oh, this one has a shield? Or a buckler, rather. Whoa. Never seen that before, and nearly took him off his feet. Man, none of the equipment. Maybe in this game you get the equipment elsewhere, like in a chest or something. Now they are, as you've seen, way more dangerous in numbers. So we will have to be careful here. Fortunately, we got the Estus and the strength to just outlast them. Oh, crap, there's a fourth one? Or a new fourth one, rather. And since they've got Estus and, like, other items and are using them properly, these guys seem to, well, if they're undead, and probably are, to have retained most of their sanity. They're not hollow, I don't believe. Did one of them drop something? No? Ah, now here we have the gear of a beloved NPC, Black Iron Tarkus, and his extraordinarily powerful, but very, very heavy armor. See, he was the NPC we could have called in for help against the Iron Golem, and he's become somewhat famous amongst the fandom for his ability to just, solo the Iron Golem effectively. You call him in and just get out of the way, and he will take care of that boss for you. Really cool. But apparently, in canon, in his world, after he took down the Golem and, like, completed the fortress, charged through Lord Gwyn's defenses, his armor and arms were so heavy that he just kind of lost balance and fell from the rafters here. But hey, his loss is our gain if we... Contraption does not move, see? Yeah, there's something about this gorgeous but kind of unsettling painting. We'll be coming back here later, don't worry. First, though, we want to check out whatever was with this poor sucker caught in the chandelier. Oh, that's really good. That is a straight improvement over standard magic weapon. We need more intelligence to use it than would be required for regular magic weapon, and you get a couple fewer uses. I want to say it might be 4 per rest or 3 per rest or whatever, but it's stronger. It's much stronger. Oh, friends, that is some good stuff. Now, we could tackle Lord Gwyn's, but not just yet. I knew I was missing something down here. Now, I could be wrong, but I believe this is a secret passage, somehow. Hold on. No? There's a secret passage you can access from this one particular area. Maybe it's, how do you do it again? There's a way to get to a secret area from this tower. And it's a very important secret area. Gives us access to some really cool loot. and opportunities a bit later on. It's right there. Right there. Alright, contraption doesn't move. Well, I guess we'll just try it again later when we don't have so many souls. I think we may just have to walk across, like, well, what amounts to open ground. Or open air, like there's a secret pathway somewhere. But first things first. Gwyn's castle. Just loaded with guards, as you would imagine. And absolutely massive, as Gwyn and his folks were, well, about the size of these sentinels. Come on, man, give us your best. Jeez, that'll still just shatter your guard. Here it comes. Oh! Damn wall. Okay, we can still do this. Oh, and now he's just reversing his way back to his initial position. Okay, yikes. Yeah, the Guardians are actually pretty tough. I actually feel quite comfortable saying they're the toughest regular enemies here. Anor Londo's home to a couple of boss battles, and they're no joke. But these guys are serious business as well. Ah, the damn shield. How do so many of their attacks... I get the ones that are just like smashes will get over our guard, but... There we go. That's a bit more like it now. I don't know if they can drop their armor or not. We can't open this quite yet, can we? No. Nor can we open this. We're gonna have to crawl our way around. Which involves, of course, fighting some of Lord Gwyn's little couriers here. The same guys that brought us to the castle. Are you going to attack properly? That's a bit better. Now, they're nowhere near as resilient as the Guardians. In fact, they're just a step above the painted Guardians in that regard. Oh, here's one we missed. And down you go. Kicking ahead. No secret door, I wouldn't imagine, is there? Nope. Oh god, the sound of bowstring snapping here is going to drive me out of my mind. Yeah, we're coming up on a section of the game that is, like, kind of notorious amongst the fan community, so get ready, there might be some deaths here. We're getting ready to meet Gwyn's actual personal guard. Gotta run. Just gotta run. Anor Londo is very, very big on asking you to fight groups of pretty powerful enemies. Did one of them just run off the edge again? Well, never mind that. I believe we could get their spears as like a random drop, and would that be one? Yep, the demon spear. Might be pretty good. Oh, yep, there it goes. So, meet Lord Gwyn's actual personal guard, the Silver Knights. They're like the Black Knights, only their arms and armor haven't been charred beyond recognition. This was their original form. And they fire what appear to be homing great arrows. And we're going to have to dodge them all the way up the battlements. There's a lot of these guys. Like, a lot of them. Or at least it feels that way. Because we're also going to have to fight them once we finally make it over there. In very similar conditions, while the others keep firing at us. And yeah, these great big arrows, they will take you off your feet. No questions asked. Now, they don't have just a ton of health, but they kind of don't need it. If we were fighting these guys on even footing, like without the great bows and the massive, like, plunges off of narrow platforms, they'd actually go down pretty easily. They're nowhere near as resilient as the Black Knights are. And that's largely because, as I understand it, these guys are still human, whereas the Black Knights are just disembodied souls in scorched suits of armor. One, two, three. Oh, this is the most high-stakes duel in the game thus far. If we just make it past this guy, I think we'll be good. Two. Just two? Come on. One. Live dangerously, man. Give us all three. What did he drop? Oh, just an arrow. Wish they dropped some of their kit, because in my humble opinion, the Silver Knight sword, shield, and armor constitute one of the very best equipment sets in the entire game, and in fact the ones that carried me through most of the mid to late game in my initial playthrough. Good stuff. Very reliable, very robust, solid elemental defenses all around. And like that, we have made it, kids. That was one of the worst parts of the game, in like the fandom's consensus. Those crazy Dragonslayer arrow snipers. Now, we've made it inside to find a bonfire and our buddy Solaire. Now, first things first, we're lighting this sucker. But then we can talk to our friend, who we're definitely going to need in a bit.
You've been quiet these days. Smooth summoning out there. Anytime you see my brilliantly shining signature, do not hesitate to call upon me. You've left me with quite an impression. I would relish a chance to assist you.
They put him here for a reason. You are, as I understand it, more or less meant to really, really want to summon him or some ally for the boss of this world. Anor Londo's boss encourages multiplayer-like cooperation more than any other in the game, I want to say, in my opinion anyway. Let's pick up a couple more in intelligence, because we're going to need it for... Yeah, we need one more level in intelligence for great magic weapon. Oh, but it's so good. It's so good! And while we've got the humanity, why don't we go ahead and kindle this bonfire? I mean, why not, right? Eerie mask you got there, fella? So this is Gwyn's castle, a fairly standard-looking European noble's castle, right? Guarded, of course, by a coterie of elite silver knights, who are just as vulnerable to backstabs as the black knights are. Not a mimic, right? Yeah, not a mimic. What we got? 3 sunlight medals. When we finally have the courage to make it to Artorias' god's altar, we can offer those to level the Covenant up pretty quickly. I want to say at least a level or 2. And every time you level up certain Covenants, you get cool, like, Covenant-specific gear and other perks. It's a nice system for rewarding players who participate in the Covenant system. Really hoping one of these guys will drop their gear, but don't worry. When we want to farm, notice I didn't say if. When we want to farm, like, enemy gear later on in the game, there are a couple rings we can acquire later on, like through treasure hunts, that will allow us to, greatly increase the chance of... There we go. Enemies dropping treasure. Right, so... Ominous basement. Breathing sounds coming from within. Ain't no thing, right? But, you see this? You see this right here? You see this straight-ass chain? This, friends, is our first mimic. And mimics in Dark Souls are, frightening, to say the least. Look, you can see the lid rising and falling just a little. I can promise you, these things probably don't look like any mimics you've ever seen or thought of before. And look, they threw it in a room with 4 perfectly normal chests. Oh, tricky, tricky. Now, even once we reveal it, I could tell you this from first-hand experience. A mimic can still kick your ass. Let's do it. Let's get this creepy-ass thing out of here. Hello, you nightmare. Why is it silent? That's more like it. Yeah, they constantly giggle and grunt and ugh. Can you imagine finding one of those things for the first time, as I did, very late at night when you're like a early to mid-teenager, and you're down here in this dark, dank basement, oddly devoid of enemies, and just ugh. But it did drop a special weapon for us, a standard club that's been enhanced with the occult modification. Now, why would an occult club be locked down here? Well, like many things, it's because Gwyn didn't want it around. See, weapons with the occult modifier deal extra damage to divine enemies, including Lord Gwyn and any of the, like, deific creatures associated with him. Let's see what we've got down here. It's our good friend Havel's gear that we definitely cannot use. Looks really cool, though, and yeah, even the dragon tooth. So they, like, took Bishop Havel's entire set, all his kit, I guess, like, his original kit, yeah? And stored it down here, giving part of it to some kind of monster. Well, I don't think there's anything, or there might only be one thing in the entire castle more dangerous than the Mimic, so, other than the boss, of course. So I wouldn't worry too much about what else is in store for us unless we get invaded. That would suck. Mimic? Yes. They do still have a grab attack that can and will totally mess you up. Oh, yikes. That was one hit. That was one hit. They're pretty durable too, not like insanely so, but tough. That one dropped us a gold coin. And it's another one, so notice we go from no mimics at all to basically 3 in a row. Dark Souls. Yeah, there it was. Got him. Hopefully you've got something better than just one coin for us. Well, that's close. Oh, shit, we've been invaded, of course. Well, time to die. Unless we summon in help. Can we? Can we still? Does this do any good? No, that's only to get rid of allied phantoms, of course. Where on earth are they? Oh, of course. What on earth are they doing? Alright, so we deal respectable damage, but they can absolutely slaughter us. No! I'm not coming out there. Oh, they healed. This was one of the Dark Souls games where you could heal as an invader. See, you can't in all of them. Well, you can't normally in all of them. What on earth is he doing? Go to hell. They don't deal the most damage in the world. Jeez, they really don't. Seriously, man? They keep trying to back or riposte me, and they do a decent job of it, but also leave themselves wide open. Nice try. This is what you get for being so naughty. Stop that. Did we just win? Holy shit, we just won! I mean, of course we did. Yes, of course. This is, just what you expect when you play Dark Souls at my level, of course. This is, you know, it ain't no thing. And we took some humanity from them. Okay, well, good game, nonetheless. Their greatsword wasn't super duper powerful, but they actually seemed to be playing really well and had like the parry mechanic down, so And I clearly don't, so, yeah, good job them. Hey, check it out. It's, the head of a blue dragon. I don't know if this is meant to be like the blue dragon model that served as a boss monster in Demon Souls, but it looks very, very similar. We'll want to get down there, of course, because that is Anor Londo's armory. Speaking of armor, it's our good buddy, the Silver Knights again. See what I meant, y'all? Much easier to deal with than the Guardians. And it's another Titanite demon down there in the chapel. Let me just scoop up this soul of a hero and we can boogie on forward. A portrait of the same woman we saw depicted in statuary inside the painted hall. One of the Silver Knights is trying to shoot us through the wall, poor guy. Come on, baby, just give me that sword. Or like the chest piece. The chest piece at the very least, come on, you guys got such cool armor. We'll wait just a minute before going up there, actually. Okay. Good. Got him. I may not know how to parry all that well, but backstabbing is certainly my province. Gonna want to get our way over to that stairwell in time. I think we actually have to come down that stairway a bit later on, so it is time to go through the bedroom and head on up. Hey MC, how's it going, man? We are making some pretty decent progress and actually managed to kill an invader. I'm super stoked about that. And I promise you that's never gonna happen again. Oh. Just 2 of them out here, or is it 3? Well, now it's 1 or 2. And there's some very mild homing, or tracking, I should say, on those arrows. Down he goes. Hey, check it out. It's our good friend the Onion Knight. He made it all the way up here somehow because, well, as it happens, despite not being the most present individual, he's insanely powerful.
Were you repelled by the Silver Knight? There's a fatal vanguard like you and I. I'll think of something. You can overcome it.
He's so friendly. Love him.
You need another 3. No. Maybe 5.
MC says, I put my Hand of Fate 2 Endless Run on pause to watch. Well, I appreciate that, man. Hope the run's going well. Right, so he's been totally stumped by the Silver Knights, who are actually using ambush tactics here. Look at them. They grow so fast. Is there a third one over there? Yes, there is. Oh, this might not end well. Oh dear, it's like the situation with the Bat Demons or the Guardians all over again. Right, so I'm calling a temporary retreat to get them back in their intended positions, or to get them to follow us into territory less hospitable to them. Geez, they are unrelenting. They've got quite the range. If one of them was a spearman, this would actually be a lot easier, because they leave themselves open for backstabs way more often, in my opinion. Come on, one more really good lick and this guy's going down. Like so. Oh, you, my friend, are so screwed. Whew. Come on. 1, 2, 3. MC says, stop at the 11th venture and have around 400 food and gold. 93 health max, so pretty good, I'd say. This run, max health went from 150 to 150 to 93, just a normal, endless day. Yeah, it's, well, it sounds like you've done really good, though. If you were able to recover from that 50, I'd say, like, you're doing really well. And MC says, kinda sad how so many enemies are bigger than you, the bigger, the bullier. Well, these guys are implied to be like the gods. They are members of the same species as Lord Gwyn. And as we'll see, we meet more of them, including members of Gwyn's direct family. And, like, size seems to be roughly proportional to power. Like, some of Gwyn's people are much bigger than the Silver Knights. The Silver Knights are actually, I believe, explicitly stated to be human later on. Just humans in very, very robust armor. Like the Guardians, the big guys with the halberds, those are members of Lord Gwyn's race. And now he gave us the Tiny Beings ring for clearing out the Silver Knights. How kind.
Next time, give me a chance to come up with a plan.
I love this guy.
But be warned. Next.
Time to scrounge up some more loot, and don't let me forget, there's one character we want to track down. The best blacksmith in the entire game, in my opinion, or the most useful, makes their residence in Anor Londo. You ain't a mimic, are you? I can't see. Oh, that looks curled to me, so we're good. Even more demon titanite. Okay. We've now got 4, 5 pieces, somewhere around there. It's kind of striking, actually. Like, Anor Londo, the castle itself, is a really beautiful environment. But it looks so, you know, kind of plain, and precisely what one would expect from, like, a high, late Middle Ages, roughly like Renaissance era, actually, Western European castle. Now we hit that second stairwell. And this should give us access to the chapel with the Titanite demon in it, and, the armory. Starting with the armory. To think, we started the game out absolutely terrified of one of these things. Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be totally honest, the Black Knights are just a little bit tougher, but I mean, they're the same entities. Good. Neither of them appear to be mimics. Yes! Yes, okay, so you find it in a chest in this game. Right, right. Oh my god, guys, we just got the Silver Knight armor, and oh, this stuff is so good! So good! So heavy, but so good! Like, we roll a bit more slowly, but damn, look at this stuff. Oh my god. Oh, that is sick. MC says, to give you an idea of Endless, you go to the next card, Treacherous Wild, lose 2 equipment, then some random junk. Here goes a shield that regenerates your life almost constantly. So it's a constant, like, emotional roller coaster. Yeah, you're constantly gaining and losing ground. And more or less, I would assume, constantly trying to staunch the bleeding of resources. And as you can see, Lord Gwyn and friends are very, very proud of all the everlasting dragons they killed. The dragons, of course, being an intelligent, sentient, civilized species. Constantly on edge, yeah. That actually sounds really exhilarating, like the kind of thing you could definitely get an adrenaline rush from. Speaking of, time to fight another one of these. Oh, and this one's got just an obscene amount of health. Way more than the guy buried under the forge did. Was he leading worship services here? I've got no idea. How does this happen to, like, the capital of this very orderly world? Ooh. We are not dying here, I can tell you that much. We just died here. Oh my god, that killed us in one hit. Oh, that was terrible. Well, that's alright. We can get all our stuff back pretty easily. We're just not going to mess with him right now. MC says, also every piece of equipment loses durability after combat. Oh, so your best weapon eventually becomes worse than the rusty one. Jesus, and armor ends with 0 defense. The best armor defense-wise is thus Armor of Gluttony. Yeah, because you can keep increasing your defense by earning more food, right? Okay, so, wasn't expecting the Titanite Demon to be that strong, if I'm being terribly honest. We're gonna leave that one alone for now, because, we're gonna die plenty of times on the boss, I can promise you that. Like, any masochist, or, any sadists in the YouTube audience will certainly get their fill from this world's boss. We don't need any help from the giant angry brick man. MC says, I think Armor of Gluttony is around 10% defense from food. Yeah, that's really good, honestly. Or if I think it was... I want to say it was around 10? That's at least what I remember, vaguely. Oh, great. Yeah, you guys are still here. Hey, that did it. Now we just need to hit him one more time. Good. Good. We will be able to open up a much more convenient shortcut in just a bit, to where we won't have to go through all of this nonsense. do wish I could get one of these guys to drop their swords, because they're really good. MC says it was at 46 with 346 food and some durability left on it. Okay. Yeah, so it might also be different for survival mode or endless mode, I'm not entirely sure. Stabbed him right in the hitbox. MC says food defense, gain plus 30% defense if you have 20 plus food. Get an extra 30% defense for each additional 3 food up to 30 food. Oh, wow. We can get our hands on one of their bows at some point, and it's, as you'd imagine, insanely powerful, but you need a lot of strength to wield it properly, so if you're that powerful already, there's probably better options. So let's grab those souls and leftover humanity sprites from the giant angry brick man. Oh, jeez. Brickman, no. No, Brickman. Come on, just... There we go. And she says, what if it's a lady? Fair point. Fair point. It is, after all, just the Titanite demon, agendered, so... Oh, we also can find Lord Gwyn's personal sentinels down here. These guys with the stoles. They, I think they have access to some kind of healing miracle or something, and that's the only other real difference. Now, if we clear out all the nasties in this part of the castle, we can actually, finally, after running through the entire stage, open the front door. And she says, basically, Troy. Oh, yeah, we can also use that black eye orb here if we want to fight, like, a small boss battle against Lautrec to get Anastasia's soul back, which we will do later, not right now, because he's actually a really, really tough fight. Oh no. Oh no. Why does everything in this damn stage come in pairs? Well, it doesn't, for the most part. It just feels that way, because there's a lot of really hard encounters that are... So, right, before these gentlemen decide to mess us up any further, we're gonna go ahead and just open that door. Just the one now? These guys also have more health than your standard sentinels, I think. Oh, damn! They might also be a bit bigger, I want to say. Could just be the way they look in this vast, empty hall, but... Oh, here's their miracle. Oh, I know that miracle very well. It's one you can actually use, called Wrath of the Gods. Fortunately, I think there's only 2 or 3 of these guys in the entire game. Problem is, they can just tank anything, and their blows will, not might, will break through anything you've got. Oh, jeez. There's the healing miracle. And now it's at full health. Good. I do not remember these guys being such pains in the ass. I really don't. It doesn't help that damn near everything in their moveset knocks you off your feet. And they track really well. Just goes right around your guard. Jesus. MC says, honestly, that looks like a giant magic fart. I can see that, yeah. And yeah, no, it looks like the ones in here might be just a little bit bigger. Jesus, no, 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 no! We've got to open up a shortcut, we've got to open up a shortcut. I don't care if we have to crack a humanity to make sure we can, we're gonna do it. Come on. Good. Right, time to meet one of the best characters in the entire game. And the best blacksmith in the entire game. This friendly fellow right here. He's a very, very friendly giant blacksmith. And... oh, I did not know this. So he's the guy you can talk to use boss souls to create, well, very special weapons. Most of the time using, well, things we don't have quite yet. But he could convert our rapier into the horn of the moonlight butterfly. I don't think we're going to do that just yet. It'd be better to get another rapier for that purpose. Or the S-stock or something. But he sells decent upgrade equipment, giant halberds and shields, and the Sentinel's armor, which is way, way too heavy for us. He can also reinforce our armor, making it just a little bit stronger. Something I might actually have him do here. Oh, but this uses Twinkling Titanite, right.
Go ahead and repair our weapon if you don't mind.
Yeah, that'll do. He's good people. Unlike the demon just hanging out directly outside his forge. And the other demon. MC says, cometh soon. Yeah, he's a jewel, and that line is like a meme in the fandom, I think. That game gave me strength flashbacks from Hand of Fate 2. Or that gave me, yeah. What we're about to undertake is this game's equivalent of the strength challenge, honestly. Yikes. Thank God these things are so frail, otherwise they'd actually be really, really nightmarish to deal with. Oh, okay. I will gladly take the upgrade materials you just unceremoniously dropped at our feet. MC says, did you do Strength Plus? I don't think we did yet. I think we did Priestess Plus. Or High Priestess Plus, not Strength Plus yet. So this opened up a shortcut right behind yet more angry giant police that will give us safe passage right on back to, oh, that'll be fun to see, I'm sure. Well, hey, we've actually got really good equipment now. We could probably handle it. But this allows us to use this coupled with, our opening of Anor Londo's front gates, allows us to use this first bonfire as a checkpoint instead of the interior one. There's still going to be a hell of a run back and forth to the boss, which is why I'm going to try to not have to do this too many times. Emphasis try. See, I'm going to, since this is a multiplayer sort of centric fight, as I understand it from a design perspective, I'm going to be showing off the game's NPC summons. We're going to, MC says do it first time like a pro. Oh, that is almost, I would be very fortunate to see if that would happen. If we could get that to happen. Take my word when I say, like, you can look this up, it is a fandom fact. A commonly held opinion that the forthcoming fight is one of the best in the game, but it is also hands down probably the hardest in the entire game. But what I'm going to do is call in our buddy Solaire, who's more than happy to help, and is a pretty decent warrior in his own right. Yeah, get some of that. And, maybe some more dex, why not? Or no, more strength. Allow us to start using slightly bulkier stuff. Oh wait, no, we can do attunement now. And we can also equip Great Magic Weapon now. Oh, I'm so excited for this one. We're gonna go ahead and reverse hollowing and kindle this bonfire, because we kinda need it. Trust me, we're going to need our 10 Estus flasks. Or did we already? Oh, we already did kindle it. Good. Now, there is an even more potent variant of magic weapon that we can only acquire after visiting Duke Seath's fortress up on the hill. Since he's kind of the incredibly amoral court sorcerer of Anor Londo, he also holds a monopoly on, like, some of the best magic in the entire game, and a very special type of magic at that. Even though there are the three major schools from a gameplay perspective, right? You know, you've got your pyromancy, your miracles, and your sorcery. There are kind of subtypes of each that bear certain unique characteristics, not related to, like, how you're able to use them or equip them or things like that, based on their lore or origin. And, yeah, the gargoyle does not respawn. Glad to see that. Now, we are just going to run straight past the giant cops. There is no way I'm fighting them. Unless the game's super aggressive partner AI, like, forces Solaire to try and tackle them, in which case I have no choice. But I put it this way, I would prefer not to fight the giant cops. Now, real quick, let me check out one thing about this Silver Knight set. So it looks like a lot of things have better lightning defense, which doesn't necessarily bode well. But we can do this. Because an audience with... Jesus. God almighty! It's a good thing there aren't many of those in the game, and as far as I'm aware, they don't show up anywhere else. Oh, where's our summon sign? Isn't there supposed to be a Solaire summon point somewhere around here? No. We're invaded? Like hell. I'm gonna take this one on solo, just so the invader can't kill us. This fight's definitely gonna kill us. That is Executioner Smough, and this legendary hero of Lord Gwyn is the Dragonslayer Ornstein. We have to fight them both. You can imagine how this fight goes. One of them's insanely fast and a little light on damage. Emphasis on a little. One of them is big and slow, but insanely powerful. Now, you can try different ways of doing this, but I find the easier way is to whittle down Ornstein first, as, compared to the last few bosses we faced, he doesn't have an extraordinary amount of health. Smough, on the other hand, has a ton. Like, just an insane amount. That is a grab attack, actually. If you're particularly observant, you may recall that we have seen statues of Ornstein throughout Anor Londo. He is one of Lord Gwyn's legendary 4 knights, and, like, a legitimate hero in this game, or in this game's lore. He's an honorable warrior, and not a bad guy in the least. What on earth? You okay there, buddy? And Ornstein, like, when he uses magic, is actually calling on one of Lord Gwyn's own personal miracles, the Lightning Spear, used to peel the scales from dragons. See, Smough is the real threat here. Ornstein just kind of helps control you. If it was just either of these guys on their own, this fight would actually be insanely easy. Oh, you can hear Smough giggling at us in a disturbingly high-pitched voice. That's a thing in this fight. I love Smough's little waddling run. Waddle, 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 waddle. Ornstein's health is getting low, but, well, I'm sure you guys have ascertained that this isn't all there is to the fight. Come on, big guy, that's more like it. Well, little big guy, anyway. Jesus Christ, Executioner. That's the one that'll kill you. Again, the littler one, the Dragonslayer, is not as much of a problem. Don't you wish friendly fire was a thing for these two? That'd actually make for a pretty interesting boss battle, especially if you couldn't really easily do damage to either of them, and had to, like, kite them into attacking each other. Or else just spend ages whittling them down. Ooh. The problem is getting him far out from Smough long enough to bait a couple attacks and then actually punish them. So, it's something that was only revealed through, like, concept art, but Smough, just for reference, is nowhere near that size. He's wearing very oddly shaped ceremonial armor. Jesus! Of course the dashing attack. Oh, God. Got him! But we're about to die. Let me show you why. Oh yeah, MC says kiting seems to work well. Yeah, and too bad there's no friendly fire. True story. But now it's time for Phase 2. Smough is magic now. He absorbed Ornstein's lightning spells. And is now way more aggressive. Gonna try to gain just enough time to pop off my great magic weapon spell. Oh god, here it comes. Oof. That is the worst. And he's doing it twice! And he's doing it 3 times! There you go. Man, he loves that move all of a sudden. Oh god, no. Oh no. Ah! Yeah, that's the real threat in this round, folks, is that AOE. Which has, as you would expect, next to no telegraphing. Or does he laugh before it? I can't tell, honestly. Whew. Damn! As you would imagine, most of these moves would be damn near a one-hit kill if they landed. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, we can actually manage this. We can heal. We can heal. Yep, use a humanity. Sorry, I'm not being that talkative. This is just... oh god, this is hell. Hell is a fat man with an electric hammer. No. No, yes! Oh my god! How did we manage that on our first try? Oh, holy hell! And we got our humanity back. Oh my god. Jesus. That's the hardest fight in the entire game, and we got it on our first try without help. How on earth did that happen? Okay. Sorry, give me just a minute. I'm gonna need a little drink after that one. And after the stream, even though I don't drink, I'm like alcohol, I'm probably going to start, because holy shit, do I need it now? Wow! Thank you, MC. They say, see, so told you. And also, oh no, lightning fart. Yeah, the lightning fart is the worst attack there. If you don't have armor quite this strong, that and most of Smough's attacks act as a one-hit kill. Now, a couple things to discuss mechanically about this fight that are rather cool, that I didn't have time to go into because I was sweating and cursing for my life, are that, well, really, the way the fight progresses is determined entirely by who you or your party choose to whittle down first. If you kill Ornstein first, which is generally like the recommended order, Smough just gains like a couple lightning attacks and buffs and his attacks become stronger. I think aside from like the lightning fart, he has no entirely new moves. However, if you kill Smough first, Ornstein absorbs his power far more gently, might I add. Instead of squashing his comrade flat, he like places a hand on his chest and like bids him farewell, then grows to about 2.5 times his initial size and gains a bevy of new, more powerful moves. He doesn't become any more resilient, I don't think, but he's like much tougher. And with the added range his new size affords the Dragonslayer spear, it's just not a good time. Smough is easier to take down, and dependent on which of the two knights you save for last, you will receive a different soul. In this case, we got Smough's soul, which is a shame. Ornstein's would actually be much better for this build, as I think all you can get from Smough's soul is his gigantic hammer. Let's go ahead and read up on some character lore while we've got it, though. Soul of Smough the Executioner, who guards the cathedral in the forsaken city of Anor Londo. Special beings have special souls. Use the soul of this eerily gleeful executioner to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So lore time, Just to kind of further drive home the point that this was not a horrific, depraved society, Smough was one of the most despised people in Anor Londo during its glory days for how cruel and how, like, amoral he was. In addition to being an executioner who took sadistic pride in his craft, he was also, like, well reputed as, like, a cannibal. And so was kind of shunned by most people, and left to do this kind of work that, as was true of many actual medieval societies, most people wouldn't want to be publicly associated with. So when Lord Gwyn and most of his knights pulled out to go reignite or stoke the first flame, Smough was left behind sort of to guard the cathedral, and the only one of the knights, I believe, like the Lord Knights, willing to stay and work with him was the legendary hero Ornstein, who was honorable and valorous and kind and all of the things that you would traditionally associate with, like, a chivalric ideal. And we had to cut them both down. MC asks a good question. What if you take both their health down, then kill them in quick succession? Actually, that doesn't matter, because after you slay... as soon as the game detects that you've slain one of the knights, it immediately cuts to the cutscene transition to the second phase, after which I believe the knight who has remained alive will receive, like, a full and total health replenishment. Unfortunately. Now back here we can see some really interesting stuff, right? Obviously we have a statue of Lord Gwyn. I think this might be our first time ever seeing him depicted physically in, like, the game world. And we have every reason to believe that he was either that size or near that size at some point. We have one of his children over here on the right, the same figure we've seen depicted in paintings and statuary throughout the game, or throughout Anor Londo. And then we have this empty pedestal. Now, I believe the common assumption amongst the fanbase is this once housed a statue depicting Gwyn's firstborn, the god of war, the sun god that Solaire and friends worship, who was at odds with his father, left, and ultimately was stripped of his deific status. And in Dark Souls 3, we actually figure out why. And yeah, his story's about as sad as you would expect it to be. Now, this is interesting, because these are not all of the members of Gwyn's family who are known to exist at this time. There's one more, and, like, one more in the game, but they're not depicted anywhere around here. But they are depicted in, like, item descriptions, oddly enough, or they're referenced in item descriptions all the time. I don't know if we have any that reference them directly yet, but... well, time to finally get some answers about what the hell's been going on. Oh, and something really cool is there are actually two elevators here, a large one sized for the gods and a smaller one sized for mortal petitioners. MC says someone camera shy, I'm sure. Well, at least as far as we know in Dark Souls 1, they're the youngest, and unlike the other members of the family who have, like, kind of complicated histories, theirs is just intolerably tragic. But yeah, that's all we need to know for now. There are two kids, at least two kids, present in the game. One of them is like an object of public veneration, the other one isn't. Okay, we get some more levels, right on. I'm thinking we get 3 levels. Why don't we take another dex while we're at it, and then a couple more in endurance to get that stamina on up. So time to meet the custodian of the castle. This is Lord Gwyn's daughter, Princess Gwynevere.
And overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child.
MC says, behind the hero, the hidden protector. Kind of? So she is one of the gods, and to date, aside from the Fair Lady, she's the only one of, like, the entities that could really be considered deities in this world that we've met. And much like the Fair Lady, and I can say this as somebody who's been through the whole series, she is, in every depiction, a legitimately kind and, like, benevolent person.
Undead. I am Gwynevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his formed it obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord Vessel to thee.
Yes, we finally unlocked fast travel. By the power of the Lord Vessel, you may now warp between bonfires. Hell yes.
And beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices.
Right, and that is the line that Gwyn and his people have been feeding us throughout the entire game. They established this prophecy, right, about chosen undead who can succeed Gwyn, link the first flame, stoke the fire, and, you know, like, prevent any further atrocities from being wrought in this world, that all of the horrible things that were done to or with undead or other beings in this world were unfortunate necessities brought about by the degradation of, like, darkness and the fading of the flame, and that if we can just take the throne, if we can just stoke the fire, that everything will be okay again. And honestly, that's why so much of the lore is open-ended. We don't know entirely that that's untrue. We just have many reasons to suspect that it is the most rose-colored, like, interpretation of what could happen if we succeed to the throne. MC says, I've waited forever to give you fast travel. Meanwhile, in Skyrim, how much would you pay for fast travel? Yeah, true, right? Not just that, but I will say there's something... In the other games, having the ability to fast travel by default is a far better design choice, but if I have to unlock fast travel destinations or the fast travel system somehow, having it come after a really intense, sort of climactic, act-ending boss fight feels so much more satisfying than having to pay to unlock it or follow a certain NPC's quest line or something like that. So... yeah, as you can tell by everything from the music to the environment, this is a good person. Way less morally complex than her father. You actually learn kind of quickly, as far as I'm aware, all of Gwyn's children you meet are inherently, like, really good-natured, like, kind-hearted people, who, at worst, have been brought up believing in, like, a fairy tale about sustaining their kingdom through sacrifice. MC asks, a good person maybe, but an ethical one? So as far as we're aware, as far as we know about, like, the princess at least, yes, she genuinely means and does well with the information she has at hand. The least ethical member of this entire family is far and away Lord Gwyn. And even then, he's, like, complex, not necessarily a bad guy. Now, with the reading of the story that I take, the reading and the understanding of the trilogy's lore that I walk away with, he is decidedly a villain, but a very good-intentioned one, who just wants to hold on to something that's already left him. Now, as you'd expect, she has a religion associated with her. And this is another important part of the lore to take in. Lord Gwyn went to link or sustain the fire himself, so he ultimately resolved to sacrifice whatever was necessary, including things of his own, in order to, like, try and maintain this ideal world that he genuinely believes in. And he's gone. He is not here. She's in charge now. Well, she's presiding over the castle, at any rate.
Without fire, all shall be a frigid and frightful dark.
It would be something of a misstatement to say definitively that she's in charge here, but she is in fact, like, presiding over the audience hall and the castle, and handles, like, basically foreign relations.
To the Sith, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt end it this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. Hillseeker Pratt, the primordial serpent, shall guide thee.
Right, that is actually my bad. Kingseeker Frampt is an NPC we should have met already. He appeared at Firelink Shrine after we rung the second Bell of Awakening, but I avoided talking to, or even indeed, like, going to meet him, because if we allow him to teach us how to use the Lord Vessel, we will actually lose out on the opportunity to meet another very important character with strong ties to the backstory, and a unique religion that we can sign on with.
Please, Father's role thou shouldest use.
But notice, they're not talking with us so much as all of these people associated with Gwyn talk at us. Here is the role you're destined to fulfill. Here is the thing you are inevitably made to do.
Shall guide thee.
But sure, we'll sign up with her religion, the Princess's Guard Covenant. And she gives us a free ring, the Ring of the Sun Princess.
Hereafter I, Gwynevere, shall serve thee as thine guardian, if thou so needest. I shall
Right, so a lot of her Covenant's elements and gifts are based around, like, defense and buffing your resistances and things like that, and sending players to support one another.
please.
Right.
Now thou shalt go forth.
Her theme is really beautiful as well. Like, the composers recruited for Dark Souls clearly do just as well writing for majesty or softness or, like, grace as they do, like, those really tense kind of plodding battle themes. Well, yeah, turns out the gods ain't so bad after all. Well, at least one of them isn't. Now that that's done, it is time for us to, well, actually head to a couple different places. First things first. Well, I guess it wouldn't be too bad of an idea for old Brady to warp to the Anor Londo bonfire right quick. So we can get those 10 Estus flasks. Oh, and do you notice that none of the Blighttown bonfires are on our warp list? Of course they aren't. Now, if we head back here, we can actually go track down Sir Lautrec, which we kind of need to do if we ever want to turn Firelink Shrine back on. MC says there was an interesting plot element in my Asayoshi campaign. Little was known about the gods, but we did learn that they had reshaped the world from chaos to a mixture of chaos and order. Sounds vaguely like the cosmic conflict, or the types of cosmic conflicts you'd see in like a Pathfinder setting or something like that, especially whenever the daemons of Abaddon are involved. notice we have a much deeper blue for that goddammit effect when we use Great Magic Weapon. Hey Nugget, we are playing Dark Souls, and doing disturbingly well. Oh, no, you guys go back down. You go back down, I need that loot. I somehow just took down the Dragonslayer and Executioner all alone. Yes ma'am, this is the remaster of the first game. We took down the Dragonslayer and Executioner on my first try, accidentally, after being chased into their boss room by an invader. I'm just over the moon. Now it's time for a fight I'm definitely not gonna do so well in, because, it's you against 3 hostile, like, humanoid NPCs. It was around here, right? No. Okay, so we've actually got to pop this into our quick select. No, it was up here. Yes. Time for me to do my weird little hop run down the stairs. Oh, alright. No problem, Nugget. I look forward to, well, seeing some of your own progress if you decide to stream this any further. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Oh, we can do it. Yes. Invade. Invade. By which I mean get me the hell out of here. Yes, invading is a spirit of vengeance. Right, so now it's time to take on Lautrec and his mercenary buddies. So, do you remember how in the lore for our Crimson set, they mentioned how of those sealers who, like, locked up and, well, to be perfectly honest, murdered the entire population of New Londo, one of them, or 2 of them, forsook their duty entirely? Well, I guess one of them became, like, a killer for hire, because I believe that's one of them right over there on the left. Now, Lautrec is, gonna be honest with you, he ain't no joke. Oh. Well, that's one of them down. Now we've got the Spearman and Lautrec himself. Now Lautrec fights using dual-wield shotels. You know, that fancy little curved sword we found in Sin's Fortress that, can get around an enemy's guard with a strong attack? Yeah, a couple of those. Are they... what? Are they stuck? Oh my god, they're stuck on each other. Well, I'm not gonna complain. That's good, right? Guys? We're in the middle of a fight. Oh, of course. Trying to get them up to the balcony, because that's a relatively open area. Now that the sealer's dead, we should actually have a much easier time of this. Oh! Right off the bat, eh? Dude, you just saw your buddy try that. Don't even. Not the worst run in the world so far. Oh, just me and you, sucker. Jeez, I got them on my first try too? This is a hell of a run. So we got a souvenir of reprisal that is used to advance our progress in one very particular covenant. MC says Asiyoshi knew that the spiritual creatures, leviathans and such, were sorts of guardians of balance, each representing an element and balancing the energy for the physical realm. I see. Oh boy. So, do you see that ring right there? The ring of favor and protection? That, friends, is quite possibly the greatest ring in the entire game. Now, it comes with a very high price, but once we get back to Firelink Shrine, we're going to want to keep that one on us at all times. All times. MC says that's how the gods made such a world. I see. So it's more of a world driven from elemental energies as opposed to just a general spiritual energy. Gotcha.
So you have received a revelation. Very auspicious. I hope for the best. I pray that through you, her wish will be granted. Have you heard of Smough the Scaleless? In legend, he turned against the ancient dragons. He became Lord Gwyn's confidant, was granted dukedom, and was allowed to pursue his research. At the Regal Archives, he immersed himself in research on scales of immortality, the one thing that he did not have. But his very research drove him mad. The Archives became a dungeon, a place for sinister experiments. Now, nobody dares even approach the forbidden Archives.
And again, we're going to get into this probably toward the end of tonight's stream. If I do well enough, we will run into the Duke, or at least enter his archives. And again, I'm going to stress, we'll learn more and more as we explore his little section of the game, but he is, to my mind, the most, like, unquestionably evil character in the entire series. Like, Lord Gwyn and, like, the most malicious representatives of the Dark we're ever going to meet are all kind of complex. Smough is not. He is a very, very intelligent and capable being driven to commit atrocities by what amounts to very, very fundamental, like, basic envy. Okay, and she's got nothing more for us. Alright. Now, I don't think we actually can warp back to Firelink, right? Or we can? So before we actually use that there Lord Vessel, we're going... Hey, look who it is!
Well, fancy meeting you here. You did much for me up above. I am grateful. You know, I was thinking the gate, the old fortress. Was that your doing?
Yeah.
Yes, I knew it. It seemed like an unlikely coincidence. Well, am I fortunate? This Knight of Katarina thanks you sincerely. Please, take this as a token of my gratitude.
A miracle. Not something we can use all that easily, but it's nice to have nonetheless.
Nothing worthwhile up above. No worries.
Yep, so he's going to go wander off and get himself in even more trouble.
There you are. I'll be
Now let's turn this baby back on. Time to return the Firekeeper soul, and with it, restore our Firekeeper to life. Now we're going to find out some very unsavory things about Firekeepers.
Thank you.
She can speak now.
Anastasia, of Astora. Now I can continue my duty as a keeper. But I only hope that my impure tongue does not offend. Forgive me. I am impure. My tongue.
Yeah, this is absolutely horrible.
Please, if you have any heart, leave me be. I wish not to speak.
So the implication is, and I think this is kind of borne out through, like, the lore attached to her Firekeeper's armor set and the like, is she was some kind of religious penitent, or like, she comes from obviously a very, very religious country, the same place that Solaire does, and I guess had either committed blasphemy or like some other offense to the people of her community, and in order to become a Firekeeper, this kind of Firekeeper, she had her tongue ritualistically severed, and I think the same with like her feet or legs, so she couldn't leave. And that was seen as a perfectly normal, like, righteous thing to do. Again, we have to keep in mind as we make our decision, or prepare to make our decision at the end of the game, there is no indication whatsoever that Lord Gwyn minds any of this happening, as long as his golden age, his, I guess, sense of progress and dominance for his kingdom, people he genuinely and sincerely loves, gets to continue unabated. It doesn't matter. And this is why I lean pretty heavily towards the dark in this trilogy. MC says at least it's not Oswin kind of trouble. Thankfully not. Not yet. We can't reinforce the flask.
Forgive me,
At least we were able to help somewhat, you know? And we got our bonfire back.
Oh, blast, where am I?
You hear that clicking sound? MC says, as in everything, light cannot shine without darkness. Well, here, the question seems to be, or the real point seems to be less about balance, and more about the fact that, like, Gwyn and his people are trying to absolutely arrest a natural order of progression. That the darkness is, again, like, even though it manifests as literal darkness, it's not just, oh, shadow, or the absence of light, or life, or things like that. Just the opposite. It's another form of magical power that has been intentionally suppressed by these people. Because now that the dragons, who did not use the darkness, for the record, they seem to be largely non-elemental creatures. But, they said, I'm talking about Gwyn's paradise, not light or darkness. I gotcha. Yeah, so, Gwyn's servant, his messenger, Kingseeker Frampt, that's this guy. It created untold suffering. Indeed it did. Now, we're going to see, especially as we play through the DLC, for what, for me, will be the first time, the dark can actually cause even more pain if it's improperly used or channeled or things like that. It's way more dangerous. But the implications of the lore are that if it's allowed to blossom naturally and be used and utilized in a fairly egalitarian fashion, the same way that the light was originally, it could lead to an even greater period of prosperity. And again, there's the point that nothing's worth this. And yeah, don't you want to trust someone whose, like, closest ally or courtier looks like this? Oh, God. We're not going to talk to him, because again, we really want to get to that other character. Right, so there are actually a couple things I want to take care of while we're here. And first among them is, I feel like going on a little treasure hunt. I'm sure you guys wouldn't mind. Oh, and is our sorcery trainer no longer here? Oh yeah, he is, and Logan is as well.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorcery.
So his sorceries are, on average, way more powerful than what the other guy has to offer. We'll go ahead and pick up Heavy Soul Arrow, I guess, because it's nice.
Heading out, are you? I too will leave soon. Undead or no, I shan't stay here forever. You have great potential. Don't go and die over nothing.
Right.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in...
Yeah, I broke him out of the weird Snake Rock Fortress.
Just over there.
Yeah. Okay, you got anything else for us, man? Come on.
Oh, hello. I appreciate that was... Have you spoken to Master Logan?
Yes.
He is an accomplished scholar. The arts of sorcery would never have come this far without his contributions. And he has the nerve to go risking life and limb. What a stubborn old fellow. Have you spoken to Master...
Okay, that's all he's got for us. Alright. We might actually want to pick up a couple spells here, like Fall Control greatly decreases fall damage. That's worth it. Aural Decoy might have some uses later on down the line, and the super duper soul arrows can wait. Right, treasure hunt time. Can't get distracted. Let's do this. Oh, and as we move forward, I want you guys to just keep in mind what I said earlier about a common complaint with Dark Souls 2 being that, oh, a lot of the bosses are like humanoid enemies with arms and armor, whereas the implication is, at least, Dark Souls 1's bosses were far more inspired and original. Oh dear. Is this the wrong way to go about this? Oh hell, I think it is. Maybe we want to drop down here. Yeah, and then, oh yikes. I don't even know if we're supposed to do this bit or not. Looks like not. There's supposed to be a way to platform across all these roofs. And I, unfortunately, find myself at a loss as to how to do that. Maybe from here? No. There's a very, very special little side path we can find in Firelink Shrine that'll give us access to lots of treasure. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, yikes. Here goes. Yeah. Made it. Made it. Oh god, made it. Now we're gonna have to do this twice, I believe, because here we have some treasure. Oh, don't you dare. There we go. We have a key to a door in the Undead Asylum. If you'll remember, there are some locked doors over there, but why on earth would it be here, you may ask? Well, we're about to find out. Time to go on a little road trip, family. If we just curl up like a very shiny metal egg. And wait. Wait a good long while, actually. We trigger a special cutscene. And would you look who it is? It's our good buddy, the giant bird, from the entrance, or the opening of the game, taking us back to the Undead Asylum for some additional treasure hunting action. And trust me, there is a lot to find here now. The hollows are a bit tougher for whatever reason, and there's two kind of special fights for us to have here. Welcome back. Jesus! We got hit by two of those flurries. And yeah, as you can see, the ones with the torches actually deal a fair amount of damage if they manage to connect. They're no more durable, of course, but deal damage. Now, we want to make a beeline for that bonfire. There we go. Tagged it, and I believe we unlocked that as a warp point. I could be wrong. And well, there's a couple things for us to do now. One of them would be to buff up... Jesus, really? Come on, man. Buff up and head out in the middle of the courtyard to fight a special boss. It's the Asylum Demon again. With a backup dancer, I guess. Seriously, aside from that AOE and, like, more powerful attacks, it is literally the same exact thing. But, like, Dark Souls 2 had so many humanoid bosses, you guys. That's too samey. This, though, this is just fine. Now, of course, it now deals absurd amounts of damage. AOE? Yeah. Yeah, bet you wouldn't think that this thing was a mage. Jesus, it was doing the same thing. Okay, so it's I did not know that. It's like normal attacks can end in those explosions as well. Because it is actually fighting us with a staff. It's a giant demon sorcerer. That's the one we want. Not that one. Kind of interesting that, at least as far as I'm aware, it's using sorceries instead of pyromancies, right? By the way, good evening to everybody who's watching live on Twitch. Whether you've been active in the chat or just along for the ride, know how much I appreciate your time and, well, your company this evening. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. Oh, we're just going AOE crazy. No, 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 no. Come on. That's it. Uh-oh. Now, I don't think you can get something special by chopping this thing's tail off. It'd be great if you could, of course, but... So it deals a ton of damage and covers a good amount of ground, but this honestly isn't a terribly hard fight, near as I can tell, if only because he telegraphs his attacks very clearly. MC says, who let the stray demon out? Well, technically nobody. It's been locked up in here. We kind of fell through into its little cloister down here. But yeah, we have the same boss fight in the same area twice, more or less. But it's not too bad, right? It's almost like a nice throwback to an earlier game enemy right now. It's not like we're gonna see this guy a third time in a totally different and largely inappropriate context, am I right? No, because this game's bosses are so much more original and diverse than anything they included in Dark Souls 2 now. You know it. That'd never happen. So it's pretty tanky, and I mean, obviously the rapier isn't the world's greatest weapon, but we are wearing him down, jeez. Oh, thank God it just went for a physical attack. Come on. Nice. First go, and do we get your soul? So we got a Titanite slab, which is the most advanced form of standard Titanite upgrade material. Humanity and a homeward bone. Alright, that's something. MC says, reminds me of Okami, where you fight the same boss 4 or 5 times, and I mean it, the same boss. Are you referring to Orochi? / True Orochi? I know you fight most of the game's major bosses, like, at least twice, but I know Orochi is like, it is 3 or 4, isn't it? Which is, I mean, fine by me, because I remember really, really liking the Orochi fight. Like, Okami had some fantastic bosses, and excellent combat overall, so... we got a Titanite slab, and that's about it, but... would you look who it is? Guarding the cell we were thrown in at the beginning of the game. That's interesting. We got another Black Knight sword and a chunk of red Titanite. Oh, yes, okay. Okay, this is a really cool item, and we're going to look at it right now. It is technically, I think, a key, or a key item. A strange doll with strange dress. There once was an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly, and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. Well, this gives us something very important to do very soon. MC says Orochi is a fun boss, and that's good because otherwise Okami would be bad for it. Agreed. You know, Neo, the first Neo, also had a really well done Yamata no Orochi boss fight that thankfully only appears once in the game as, like, the semi-final boss. You can look up video of it sometime online, or I'll stream the game at some point in the future. It's a really cool fight. But with that doll, we're going to be able to do something special in an area we've already been to. And if you guys have been watching the whole stream, you probably know where we're headed. And it's going to allow us to dive into an area that's going to reveal to us the absolute worst things that Lord Gwyn and Seath the Scaleless ever did, and their ultimate consequences. All I can say is, once I was through with the encounter we're going to run into as a result of that doll, during my first playthrough, there was absolutely no doubt in my mind that this world would be much better without the Duke or Lord Gwyn presiding over it. More dex? Do we want more dex? More endurance. Why not? We're doing pretty well raising that equip load and getting more stamina. And yep, we have yet another Black Knight. More Red Titanite. Good, good. Look who it is. It's our friend, the dude who helped us out at the start of the game, Oscar of Astora, having gone hollow. So now we've got to take him down in what I guess is technically like a very easy mini-boss fight. His armor's a bit too heavy for him, so he doesn't do the best job. But he drops, I believe, a really good shield. The Crest Shield is pretty solid stuff. Let me check that out, actually. Shield of a Nameless Knight, likely a high-ranked Knight of Astora. One of the enchanted blue shields, the Crest Shield, yep, this is a good one, greatly reduces magic damage. That'll come in especially handy later on. Go ahead. Push the... I ain't afraid of no sphere. Oh, and it's just this guy. Thankfully, that was not a Black Knight kicking the giant steel orb at us. Now there's two soldiers in here. Down they go. And now we can finally crack open this hallway with our key. And I'll be honest with you guys, I have no earthly idea what we can access with it. Oh, a ring. Not entirely sure I remember what this one does. I think that might actually be all the cool loot we can get from the Undead Asylum. So you got like one mini-boss fight, one boss fight, some upgrade items, the doll, which is ultra important to actually figuring out what the hell's going on in this world. Exactly, anyway. And, a couple little pieces of gear. It's a short, but I would say very worthwhile trip back to an important environment from the early game. I like this. I like that they give you a secret pathway back to the asylum and encourage you to actually explore around. That is good stuff. So we shall, how do we want to play this? Let's head back to the Undead Parish first, actually. As we're only going to be able to make progress through there. What does our new ring do, by the way? Well, we've got a couple of them we need to look at. We've got a lot of equipment to read descriptions from, actually. The Ring of the Sun Princess boosts miracle synergy, making your miracles a bit stronger, I believe. This ring is granted to those who enter a covenant with Gwynevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and the Princess of Sunlight. This slightly warm ring boosts the synergy of miracles. The Princess of Sunlight, Gwynevere, left Anor Londo along with many other deities, and later became wife to the flame god, Flan. This is the ring that's going to make Blighttown much, much more bearable thenceforth, the Rusted Iron Ring. This iron ring was used to shackle the guilty. It's terribly rusted and faintly stained with blood. Those who find this strange ring to their liking will be pleased to find it easier to gain footing on poor ground, such as swamps, meaning we can now roll and run and jump as easily as we navigate on flat surfaces in the swamps or deep water in and around Blighttown. Then finally, this thing. A ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Fina, known in legend to possess fateful beauty. This ring boosts its wearer's HP, stamina, and maximum equipment load, but breaks if ever removed. In other words, if we equip this sucker, we get exceptional boosts clear across the board, but it locks down one of our equip slots effectively for good. So I'm just gonna see right now. Havel's ring gives us close to 30 pounds of additional equip load. This thing gives us a lot of additional defense. Well, I'm putting on the Ring of Favor and Protection. It's more or less mandatory for the way I want to play the game. And we can swap the other ones out if need be. Look at that health and stamina now, you guys. Oh my god. Oh, we are so close to doing like a normal, speedy little roll here. Oh, if only. If only. Can we actually wear Havel's armor like this? Oh my god, we can. We can wear the super armor that is like a giant community meme, but I'm not gonna. I'm perfectly happy with our Silver Knight stuff. While we're at it, let's check out the lore on these. Helm of the Silver Knights who protect Anor Londo. When Lord Gwyn departed to link the fire, his knights split into two groups. The Silver Knights remained in the Forsaken capital in service of their goddess. Isn't that all the same stuff? Yep. Howdy, Andre. Say, why don't we pick up that Crest of Artorias he's selling, eh? You know, that special key for 20k souls? This crest opens a door in the Darkroot Garden sealed by ancient magic. The door leads to the grave of Sir Artorias the Abyss Walker. Many adventurers have left for the grave, but none have returned, for they make easy prey for local bandits. With such dangers, the crest can do more harm than good in the hands of the uninitiated. This isn't necessary, but we can afford it now, and it'll make our trip a little bit easier. Now, bad news, we are going to be invaded like mad once we open that door. Because on the other side of it, you know, the great big sealed glowing door in Darkroot Garden, is a massive, and I mean massive, PvP arena where you're constantly going to be challenged by the adherents of the local religion, I think like the Forest Guardians or something. And this is where, like, the professional PvPers congregate, not me. So we're probably gonna die once, then we're not going to reverse our hollowing till we're on the other side and get in good with the Covenant Master. We got moss coming out of our ears, which is definitely a positive. MC says Covenants, gotta catch them all. That's the hope. I hope that we can get all 9. So far we've got 3. We can get one really easily now. We're about to get another. After we complete this little, like, quest line I've set for myself to find that secret character, we can get a third. One of them is underneath Blighttown. One more is hidden in Anor Londo. And, oh god, where's the other one? I know there's, oh, yeah. We can access the other, the final one, during our quest to, like, hunt down the bearers of the Lord Souls and try to get them to, basically help us open the way to Lord Gwyn and the First Flame. Here we go. Oh, shit. This is gonna be nasty, y'all. There are some really cool, unique NPCs to fight here. These phantoms, you see. But, oh, damn. I was not expecting one of them to kill me, but okay. They have some of the better AI in the game, I think, and they work really well together. But they do drop, or can drop, some pretty good gear. But hey, the good news is now we are not going to be, human, and therefore cannot be invaded while we're in there. Yeah, so this is the forest, aka PvP hell. And I think now we can actually equip our 10 Banishment Catalyst, right? And use it properly? Yeah. That looks a bit more appropriate for the Silver Knight set than just the big ol' stick, I think. Come on, big guy. Oh, you got that fat roll, huh? I was about to say, can I not backstab you just because you're a ghost? Goodbye. He alone drops 3,000 souls. Now it's time to go after this damn mage. He's just fighting with either a longsword or looked like a longsword to me, anyway. Down he goes, that's another 2k. There should be 5 of these guys total. I think over there I see a cleric. Yeah. We're just getting ready to F up an entire D&D party. Speaking of, here's the thief. And the cleric's off healing themselves. Of course. Gotta keep you away from the cleric. There you go. Now all on your own, you aren't gonna be a problem at all, are you? Yep. That's that divine protection stamina at work. Thank you. There should be 1 or 2 more. I think there might be a bandit, and there's definitely an archer, I want to say. Yeah, here's the bandit. Nice and tanky, as you'd expect. But not too bad compared to a lot of the things we faced. Oh no, there's another one? There's another knight, and then there's the archer. The archer is a special character named Faris. Oh god, time to run. Just gotta get some distance between me and them. Now there are some very dangerous forest creatures further on in here that do guard some exceptional loot. Oh no, you don't. Magic weapon. Greater magic weapon. We got a pair of humanities, Faris' special black bow, and their hat. Now it's just us and Sir Fat Roll here. And another 3k souls, nice. I think we've cleared out all the NPC guardians here, maybe, kinda, sorta. I don't remember there being that many originally, so I have no idea. Oh, look, it's more forest golems. Or garden golems, technically. Remember, this entire area was originally a beautiful garden that has just become completely and totally overgrown. Because things have really gone down the tubes in Lordran. There's gonna be plenty of those little poison snake or serpentine creatures in the trees, I think. And somewhere a bit deeper in, we'll get to meet some of my very, very favorite creatures in the entire game. Ooh. An entire battalion of them. Die. Got him. Good. Blood red moss, blooming purple moss, handy. And purple moss. So we've got some loot over there that we will get to somehow. I honestly have no idea. This area is gorgeous, but really hard to navigate. And we've got whatever they were guarding over here. Oh, the Eastern armor set. Basically the closest thing to samurai armor we're going to see here. You can also see the Hydra down there in Darkroot Basin. We will get around to killing that, don't worry. It'll just be really challenging for a melee build anyway, and take a while. Ah, that one got the drop on us. More blooming moss, though, can't complain. So let's go sign up with yet another covenant. Whoops. Whew. Thankfully, that is just a path. Well, no, I'm going to sign up with the Covenant first, then do all of this later. It won't take long at all. Just have to find our way back to that keep. There it is. The gatehouse. That's what we wanted. Then we can go on a little treasure hunt, and it's then almost a straight shot to the boss.
Is it not so that thou
So this cat is actually our Covenant Master.
Thou fared well to find me, but cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorius? My advice true. Forget this. The legend of Artorius art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark. 'Tis but a fairy tale. Have thine respect.
So she obviously, and the rest of the Forest Guardians, want to keep us from disturbing the grave of Sir Artorius.
Well, indeed.
So we're just going to straight up lie to her and say we're not going to do that, and protect the...
Nevertheless, I
MC says I feel this has thief inspiration.
I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood. I
Well,
command
we're...
the clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest crew.
We're not going to learn too much more about her or them, but we're going to have access to a special shop by signing up to our Covenant. That's like one of its really big perks.
I am very glad. And now, let us establish a covenant.
Sure. We got the Forest Hunter Covenant.
And here taketh this
And yet one more ring for the pile, the Cat Covenant ring.
It allows
This is how we get summoned in to PvP other players in the forest. You put it on and you get added basically to this giant queue.
Fend them off, sir. I beseech only this. I shall summon others who will, by their honor, work tirelessly with thee. Thou shalt receive great reward, and whatsoever we shall pillage will be a true agreement, not so.
Sure.
But thou must heed the golden rule. The clan is thine own. To thy stay true. Darest not in any attempt to double cross. Have no doubt, such wretchedness never will we tolerate.
Right. This doesn't get much more explanation. She's just here.
How fares you?
Right. Okay, so she herself doesn't really do a whole lot of anything. But joining her covenant spawns in this guy, Shiva of the East, and his ninja bodyguard. He is a specialized merchant.
I'm Shiva of the East, captain of the day. Let's teach you the clan basics now. This is no time to chat in the midst of fighting, except there is little in the form of rules. Fight comes. Whoever's fastest, first. That's only. Don't forget what I've been saying. Traitors aren't given a second chance.
A lot of this ties into a side quest, like this emphasis on like the repercussions of treachery, tie into a side quest that was ultimately cut from the final game. So
Did you notice that one?
I don't think it has a whole lot
He's
now, a whole lot of relevance to the game as it stands.
always slinking in the shadows. But he's a tough one. You'll see what I mean.
Right, so you want to go ahead and sell us stuff? Or wait, not yet.
Now, you'll be called in hunters with patience.
He becomes a merchant later in the game, when he moves to Blighttown, of course. So now it's time to go treasure hunting. Now that we just said we won't defile the forest graves, let's go, you and me, and defile some forest graves. Where's that little passage again? Oh, certainly not here. MC says merchants could be the lowest of the low. Well, in the original game, he was meant to, like, turn on you and attack you if you had, like, a certain special weapon in your inventory. Like, in an attempt to seize it from you. But that content was ultimately cut from the game for time, I think. They couldn't, like, polish it enough or something. Gotta find that, like, secret little passage. There it is. Now, time to hunt some treasure. If we can find any of it, that is. Oh, time to meet the forest cats. They're real nasty. And also have, frankly, insane amounts of health. Somebody on the dev team was clearly not a cat person. Because, I mean, their design is kind of borderline demonic. And yeah, there's quite a few of them in this part of the game. Like so. So the best technique for dealing with multiple forest cats at a time, well, this is really simple. You run. You just run like hell. Damn the consequences. Oh no, you don't, rolling cat. I will take that soul and run. Oh, yes, we get... MC says, I'm not a cat person, but I do love the expression, more than one way to skin a cat. It's a great idiom, speaking as a cat person. Now that is the grave of Sir Artorias over there, and it is, of course, ultimately our goal. But first, time to meet some of my favorite creatures in the entire game. The mushroom people. Look at them! They're so cute! And the little ones won't even hurt you. The big ones, however, definitely will, and are, like, comically strong, and are guarding something we're definitely gonna need. Alright, I thought they'd attack you. Oh yeah, they will. That one's just turned off for whatever reason. They deal absurd amounts of damage, as you'd imagine. Now, these are, again, a completely sentient and, by all accounts, perfectly intelligent species that we're fighting. Because at least in the DLC, like, your primary quest giver is a non-hostile mushroom person. Oh, we can pillage it? Oh, gold pine resin, that's awesome. 2 batches of gold pine resin, for that matter. Ooh, and that was with our guard up. Yeah, you really don't want to mess with these guys. Poke, poke. One, two. The little ones have comparatively pathetic attacks. MC says, what if it was a wearing mushroom kind of club? You just killed Susan. Yeah, we're, like, wiping out what little is left of them. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of the little ones, too, because they drop souls, and this game encourages being a monster. Some of them let out these very Pokemon-esque cries when they die, like the smaller mushroom people. Sorry, I should say bird-like cries. What if it was just wearing a mushroom kind of suit? That would be horrifying. And these would be exceptionally well-made suits. Alright, mushroom people. They're guarding an ember, if I recall, right? Yes, the enchanted ember that allows us to create magical weapons. We have to take this to the sorcerer blacksmith near the ruins of New Londo. How many souls do they drop a piece? Oh, just 50? Never mind. The big ones gave us 1,000 a pop. This is just past Avina's gatehouse, I believe. Yep. So we're going to go heal up at the bonfire right quick, and then we can actually dive immediately into another boss fight at Artorias' grave. And oh, folks, let me tell you, depending on your personal stances towards, well, you'll see. This next one can really pull at the heartstrings for some people. It doesn't for me, particularly, but I can understand how it's really, really emotional by the standards of a Dark Souls fight for some. We are not going to reverse hollowing because we will almost definitely get invaded, and invasions are a bad thing. Oh yeah, the phantoms respawn, but I think as long as you're a forest hunter, don't attack you. So that's kind of nice. So time to protect these graves from, like, any disturbance by disturbing the hell out of some graves. None of the tree serpents that I thought would be here. Yeah, this looks properly climactic, don't it? See, Artorias in canon was one of Gwyn's legendary knights, and had the power, or obtained the power, to traverse the abyss, the primordial realm of the darkness, totally safely. And, you know, at this point, since we've not spoken to the relevant lore characters, it might not sound that important, but it sounds like a cool thing we might want to do. Behold Sir Artorias' grave, complete with his sword. But, he had some friends in life. This is his pet wolf. It knows how to use his sword. Great boss music again. So, she's actually kind of challenging, if only because her hitbox is kind of awkward, and her attack radiuses, or her arcs, are very wide. And she can do that. You kinda, yeah, just want to get under her and then, like, just keep poking at her feet. Damn it! MC says, so, Okami vibes now. Yeah, exactly. Only problem, big problem, she loves that spin attack, and you can't block it to save your life, literally. And she actually, despite typically being thought of as a boss of moderate to even, like, easier difficulty as, like, the Soul series goes, has always kind of given me a hard time because she's so mobile. You can't really hit her head on because her body's, like, raised off the floor. And, again, like, just the arc of her attacks is insane. She can't do all that much. We saw just about every move she has, but, well, they're effective. She also hits harder than Smough did, which is just crazy to think about. Let's try that again. There we go. Maybe if we don't lock onto her, a bit like the Iron Golem, we'll have an easier time. Sif, you're glitching out of the map. Sif. Bad. Down. Down from the level border. Oh, every time with the goddamn spin. There we go. But it's just so hard to hit her. There we go. Okay, so I guess it's really high risk. She also spams the spin, of course. How is a dog so good with that sword? She's not even magical by all accounts. She's just a really, really big dog. Oh. Now her fight theme is probably tied with the Moonlight Butterflies for my favorite in the game. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, that was fancy. Okay, so we're learning, maybe not with 100% success, but we're learning how to dodge the spin. That makes me feel somewhat fulfilled. And yeah, locking on is not the way to go for her. Jesus. She's just too fast. Too friggin' fast. Just hold still, damn it. If half of these blows actually connected, we'd be done here already. Ugh. Now this fight does get a bit easier toward the very end, I believe. And that's why. We've injured... Damn it all! We've injured her to the point where she can't move quite as quickly as she normally would. Always the spin. Oh, we got her! Oh, thank God. So we got her soul, as well as the Covenant of Artorias and the Art of Abyss Walking Ring, which is going to come in super handy, as well as the Hornet Ring just behind the grave. Thank you very much, MC. They say GG. Second try, not too bad for Sif. She's, as I said, always been kind of a challenge for me, so it's nice to overcome that now. We've got a couple rings, one of which is largely useless, except to progress the story in a very, very particular way. And the other one, I think, like, increases the power of backstabs and ripostes or something. MC says, and yeah, I get why some can't stand killing Sif. And we didn't see much of it, but really, that effect is, heightened because, especially as the fight wears on and toward the very end, she will, like, lose her speed entirely and start, like, limping after you. The DLC only makes that whole encounter a lot more sad. I will say, it's a sad battle. It really is. You're fighting someone's pet who's just, like, been missing their owner, their friend, and it's, again, yet another sign that everything that this age has done, well, it's come at a great cost. MC says, I feel nothing, for I have no soul. Well, I have 67,543 soul, and I feel a bit. I feel a bit. I totally get why that's really sad for some folks. If it was like a gigantic kitty, I would definitely be, like, really deep into my feelings, but... Now it's time, friends, to teleport way on back to Anor Londo one more time, because we're gonna get us some use out of that peculiar doll we picked up from the Asylum. Oh no, no, didn't mean to do that. Oh no, ah! I was playing around with some of my moves. That's great though. If we had to tack another death onto the playthrough tonight, I wanted it. Let it be that. Let that be how. Let that be our last death of the night. OMC, I can understand that, man, but I've always been a very empathetic person, so, like, having to deal with something like that would absolutely devastate me. And speaking as somebody who, like, recently has lost, like, family, friends, or coworkers, it's always rough, always a tough time for me, but... You know, it's harder for empaths, but we can still make it through. Speaking of make it through now, we have to access something. Very special here in old Anor Londo. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to focus here for a minute, because there is a special area we can access using this elevator. I just have to remember how it's done. And if we do that right, we can access what's effectively a Lord Gwyn atrocity special for our last hour. No, that's not it. Hold on, real quick. I'm going to look something up just to make sure I've got the right place in mind. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, so as usual, I was just missing something. And again, MC, I can definitely understand that. It's really rough watching people having a tough time and wanting to do something to cheer them up and not necessarily being able to or feeling able to. That's always rough. Now what we're gonna do is take this down one level and go down one more time. Time to find our 5th religion? And a fan favorite as well. It's a secret area with a secret bonfire. Yep, you do need a ring to access this. This ring, I believe, right? The Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who inherited the sunlight, once wore this ancient ring. Boost the strength of miracles. Lord Gwyn's firstborn was a god of war, but his foolishness led to a loss of the annals and recension of his deific status. Today, even his name is not known. Is it that one? No. It may be a ring we don't have yet. Yes, it is, actually. Okay, so later on we'll be able to find a ring that will give us access to a special secret in this little cloister. For now, just suffice to recall that it's here. At the very, very bottom of Anor Londo. At the bottom of Lord Gwyn's fortress. And back down once more to cut our way through all the painted guardians once again. Now with much better armor and a super rapier. MC says, I think I found the ring you need. Behind a breakable wall. Where is it? What zone? I'm totally misremembering. Because I thought you get it somewhere in, like, further into the story. If I know the zone, I can definitely remember, no doubt. Ah, the catacombs. Okay, then we won't be getting there until tomorrow's stream. And the catacombs, then, is also the home to probably my favorite covenant in the game, and I think the most interesting one. Yes, we got one of their little palette knives. No. No. Oof. I always love it when one of those ragdolls just goes flying through the air. Inject some much-needed levity into this grim, dark world. More knives, not the good ones, but they can be handy, I suppose. 1, 2, 3. Now, this area is actually home to my favorite PvP moment in my entire Soulsborne career. Let me break it down for you. So, if you guys recall, up on those rafters that we had to pass along our first trip through this hall, there's a number of painting guardians, right? And they're all, like, standing at the ready, at attention, with, like, 2 of their swords out, right? So they've got weapons ready to go. They don't typically begin with the buckler equipped, I don't think. It's 2, painted guardian swords. And I received this notification as I'm fighting my way along the rafters, collecting gear. I think it was actually farming something, or maybe just souls in Anor Londo. And I make it maybe halfway across when I get this notification, uh-oh, you've been invaded, right? Well, my character is not built really for PvP, and I'm not particularly good at Dark Souls PvP. So I, like, panic, like, oh god, what do I do? How do I get out of this? I'm trapped in here, and I have, like, a buttload of souls, and I don't want to, like, just hand somebody a victory, right? So I look around and think, okay, there's a couple more painted guardians over there, like, toward the very end, but they're out of range, they can't hurt me. So I had just killed one of them up on the rafters, and as I said, this was like a looting run. I like, think, okay, I've got one chance, I've got one shot at this. I nudged the Guardian's little ragdoll straight off of the rafters, and then, before, like, the invader could find me, I changed into the complete painted Guardian armor set that I had managed to farm, brought out 2 of their swords, and stood stock still in the exact position the enemy had occupied previously. And I just stand there, sweating bullets as this guy comes in, and sure enough, it's exactly what I had been fearing. Somebody in really heavy late-game armor wielding like a massive hammer or axe, the kind of thing that could just turn me to paste, especially with that, like the cosplay set I had on. And as they get close, they, like, stop and turn around and look at me, or their character does. I think their camera was positioned somewhere else, because I immediately, like, panic and roll forward and, like, whip out a different sword. But then, since they're just standing there, I, like, kind of quickly go back. Like, so it took maybe half a second for me to, like, switch to this other sword, switch back. I guess their camera had been, like, averted over here, and then they pan back around. Look at the character for just a minute more. I see him go around and inspect the other painted guardians up there, and then just leave. And I get a notification later on saying the invader, like, I guess they had gotten frustrated with not being able to find me and returned to their own world voluntarily. That was awesome. I used the power of cosplay to hide from a terrifying invader. Speaking of hiding from things, let's use that peculiar doll in the painted hall. And prepare to face the worst thing that Lord Gwyn ever did. Welcome to a totally optional area, the painted world of Ariamis. This is where, well, this is where the nobles of Lordran banished things that didn't belong, or that they didn't want, to sort of a happy, peaceful isolation. Okay, we got 3 levels. So what'll that give us? More dex, and then even more stamina, why not? So our welcoming committee are just more of the regular hollows. Yeah, this looks like a perfectly happy place, doesn't it? We've also got surprisingly resilient hollows. And these guys. Oh god, these guys. They inflict, I think it's toxic, if you kill them with a melee attack. Unless, I believe, you kill them with, say, a backstab. As with just about every other place in Lordran, obviously something's gone horribly wrong here. This area is kind of notable because it has a number of really cool Demon Souls references. For instance, that bizarre phalanx of hollows down there are a direct reference to the first major boss in Demon Souls. The appropriately titled, well, Phalanx Demon. And I think they do potentially spawn small clouds of harmful toxin after they die. I could be wrong on that, though. Despite the general state of horrific degradation, the overall environmental design here, I think, is among the most beautiful in the game. Hey, wait a minute, I got a firebomb, right? Well, not on me, I don't. Hold on. I'm curious to see if, like, firebombs deal extra damage. It's been so long I can't remember. Oh, we don't have, like, regular firebombs. Pity that. Nope. One more lone defender of some money. Nice. Now this big old tower set piece is actually going to be pretty important later on. As it is home to the Crow Demons. Oh, aren't they lovely? That is a grab attack. It is horrible. Oh, and down it goes. Did that kill it? Yes, it did. Hey. So let's keep climbing this dilapidated tower beset by horrific crow demons, because that sounds like a good idea. Dark Souls is, of course, Jesus, a game of good ideas. Did the original one come back, or did they spawn reinforcements? What the hell? Alright, well, if I'm gonna be fighting multiple crow demons, I'm fighting them on my own terms. There we go. That's more like it. More money. Oh, here's yet another one at full health? So we somehow pissed off every bird in the area all at once. Fortunately, that attack isn't too accurate. It deals insane damage, of course, but not too accurate. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, here we go. If we could just jump down there. But we can't, alas. Oh, we've got special rats here. MC says, not fond of this deviant art of Kenkus. Oh, here's the Painted Guardian set. Nice. Has some of, I want to say, the absolute highest magic defense in the entire game. What's here? An egg vermifuge. That's useful for clearing up one very specific, very rare status effect. Soul of a Brave Warrior. More cash. How? How are you still here? Okay, that one got kind of close. This is kind of their environment. Narrow walkways. Okay, is that all of them now? Have we killed, like, every single crow demon in existence? Let's just climb right on up into the eerie, green-gray sky and find a special soapstone. This is the one, I think, that lets you in... Has something to do with invasions? Let me see. Yeah. This allows you to, like, leave a red summoning sign that will allow people to willingly call you into their world as an invader to have a more honorable duel. It's an interesting item, and I'm glad it's in the game. Believe me. More money. Okay, this isn't great, but we can manage. This is, believe it or not a boss door. But instead a passage directly into the Phalanx's little courtyard. Obviously, we want to stay away from the ominous bridge for now. There's just one or two more pieces of loot I'd like to gather. That being, damn it, one of them. Well, looks like the thing on the bridge woke up. That's great. We won't have to deal with it if we don't want to, however. Yep, it's awake. That is the reanimated undead corpse of a dragon. Because things in Lordran are just great. Nope, no illusory wall, unfortunately. We can't open that door quite yet, I don't believe. So priority 1, avoid the phalanx. It's going to throw spears at you, but is otherwise nice and slow. MC says, Dracolich, my favorite. Yeah, there's a couple of them in the game, actually. And they always guard a pretty robust little treasure hoard. Here they come. Bringing back some Undead Burg classics in this zone. Soul of a Proud Knight. So, like, just lots of money. There is a lot of money in this world. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Good thing we didn't go down there yet. Some of the worst enemies in the game are down there. Let's open up these front doors. Quick, 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 quick. Shortcut to the bonfire. Exactly what we need, since I think we've looted most everything we really can. So, cool thing about the phalanx is, yeah, as you'd expect, it deals damage. Mainly from thrown spears. Like that, damn it. Good news, we can go right back in and pick that up again. But the individual components aren't that tough. So you can, like, kite and pick them off slowly but surely to get at that statue. Take care of the gate guard. Pick up the broken sword hilt. I don't really care about health right now because we're going straight in to pick up our souls and humanities. And we're going to reverse hollowing and kindle the bonfire straight away. Very good. This is because there's a special NPC who can invade us, and whom we can take down for some special gear. Who is, for the record, also a reference to a Demon Souls boss. And in fact, it's made clear that they effectively are a Demon Souls boss. Should be somewhere over here. Proud Knight Soul. Another Proud Knight Soul. So it looks like, yeah, a lot of people were literally just thrown here. Here he is, King Jeremiah. So King Jeremiah uses the, like, visual effects and, like, a costume of another King Jeremiah who served as one of the 5 archdemons, or like really central antagonists in Demon Souls. This one's a pyromancer, and a very powerful one at that. Not very durable, but very powerful. Do love his crown, though. So the way his boss fight in Demon Souls worked was quite interesting, kind of unique, really. See, at the very onset of the fight, Jeremiah, the old king, was dead. But he was still wrapped in, like, this great yellow vestment, this robe, that was actually the archdemon itself. And so what it would do at the start of the fight was cast, like, a strand of itself off, wrap it around the head of some phantom or some otherworldly invader, and have you fight them. In other words, through certain means, any player could serve as the boss of that world, could fight as the Old King, could fight as Jeremiah, with their gear, their weapons, anything, just with his ridiculous crown wrapped around their head. And I always thought that was so interesting, like, you just have a standard PvP battle serve as a world boss, and it doesn't feel lazy or whatever. Oh, the Acid Surge Pyromancy, that one could be useful. Proud Night Soul, good. Here they come. And he says, reminds me of animated carpet fights in D&D. Kind of, actually. Man, D&D had rules for fighting every type of, like, mundane, inanimate object. There we go. Oh, these guys are tough. Nothing waiting to kill us immediately in here, so we're good. Ouch. There are a ton of them, though, aren't there? I mean, look at this. Really. This is basically just a harder, more resilient version of the exact boss fight from Demon Souls, which I actually think is a nice little callback. The only thing it's missing is this, like, totally harmless demon that served as the core of the phalanx. So now that the whole thing's gone, we get just a standard spear. They didn't drop the shield. That's a real shame. Well, we got a buttload of souls from them. That's something. Well, I guess there's no putting it off any longer. We're about to have to face some of the toughest, most challenging enemies in the game. MCS, do they respawn? I believe they do, yes. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that they do. Right, let's do this. Time to tackle the underground. And once the underground loads in, and the horrible, horrible things that live here. These, friends, are pinwheel skeletons, the bane of any shield-favoring player's existence. They're fast, they attack in extremely rapid succession while they're rolling, and will just destroy you and your guard in tight spaces like this. Now, fortunately, they're not overburdened with health, and are easily dispatched. But still, if they corner you, which they're virtually guaranteed to do in an environment like this, you can be well and truly screwed quite easily. Hidden path? What do you know? Hidden path and more of the damn bone wheels. Several of them now. You can actually unlock... See? Like that. That killed me. That wasn't even an entire roll, and I am now dead. This is what we're in for. We have to clear that sewer out. A, to get some pretty good loot, and B, to open the way to the boss. And there's a lot of them. I mean, a lot. They appear in Dark Souls 2 as well, very briefly, but in a far more favorable location and with less health. Because their attack cycle is so long. Well, what's down these other paths? Ah, gotcha. Nope, 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 nope. Oh yeah, and they can also just kind of decide, yep, we are stun locked, but we're just going to attack you anyway. That's a thing they can do. Oh, it's one of these guys. Who is totally despondent. What's the matter, bud? Is it anything that, like, a whole lot of throwing knives can fix? Well, apparently so. And he drops a unique pyromancy, of course. The second one we found here. Quite interesting, yeah? I see you. Bring it on. Good, we actually managed to head that one off. What were you guarding? The annex key. Key to the annex. Okay. Oh, right, that locked door to the, if you recall, to the, right of the boss chamber. Or the passageway to the boss chamber. Oh no, they're all here! Oh, yeah. MC says, I want to say that they managed to take a new spin on the skeleton, but that'd be a bit cruel for you. Yeah, this is nasty. This is... Like, if there's just one of them you're dealing with at a time in a tightly packed environment like that, it kinda works. Like, it forces the player to think about the encounter really strategically and cautiously, and I kind of like that. But when there's more than one, and they can just spam those roll attacks, I don't know, it feels a bit unbalanced. We are going to get what's down there, believe you me. The number of attacks, like one charge, constitutes is insane. MC says this is where you'd want a Doomslayer and a shotgun. Yeah, definitely. Alright, that's one down. That's one. Here comes the next one. Oh, just barely made it out of that alive. Oh, and those aren't all of them, of course. Now, this is a more wide open area, thankfully, so you can dodge them to the side. Kinda, sorta. Yeah, no, this is definitely easier. But God, there's a lot of them. They are legitimately terrifying enemies. Oh, we can knock them over with a strong attack just like a regular skeleton, though. That's great to know. Two more? We can handle that. Really racking up the souls. Okay, now what loot do we have here? Oh, just money. Okay. Oh yeah, this is where the other ladder would have led. Oh yeah, this is just where we found the annex key. Okay, well, they only killed me 2 or 3 times. That's not too bad for a bone wheel experience, actually. Let's go check out that annex now. Oh, and the phalanx was slowly but surely kind of just waddling its way on over. MCS, do the wheelies respawn? Yes, they do. Unfortunately so, they do. I don't think we have to go back down there, though. Oh, that'll do. Oh, great. Well, now that it's just you, I can... Spoke too soon. Oh, no, one of them... They can dive from the parapets. Of course they can, they're giant birds, why wouldn't they be able to? One of them killed themselves, okay. That's, I mean, you know, small victories. Oh, a special miracle. Oh, hell. Well, that's all we needed from here, so, see you guys later. Weapon ahead. Okay. Oh, Velka's rapier. A very special magical rapier associated with the Goddess of Sin. Oh, might have to tune that up later on. That, friends, is some good stuff. Oh, and the partners set. Which looks very cool, but may or may not be the best thing for us right now. Let's try to grab a little bit of this before the dragon wakes up. Proud Knight. The Blood Shield. Oh, that sounds cool. Oh, that most decidedly doesn't. Not interested in fighting you without a full set of Estus Flasks. Now, with that out of the way, I think we actually do need to go back into the sewers one more time to actually, well, ultimately access the way out of here. Oh, hello. Wait, did we ever come up here? No, we didn't. Well, what's waiting? Oh, another sacrifice ring. Could come in handy. As we do have some of the more challenging environments to navigate yet ahead of us. Not necessarily harder enemies or bosses or anything like that, but specifically difficult environments. Okay, is there anything we can interact with here, like a switch or a lever? Oh, here it is. A crank. That's the good stuff. MC says I did see some kind of switch around. Yeah, it's just so dark, the color of the metal, that it blends into the, well, the low light sewer really easily. And now it's just going to be a straight shot onto the boss chamber. And a straight shot onto some really, really sad stuff involving, again, atrocities committed by the Duke and Lord Gwyn. First off, it's implied that a number of things here, like the crow demons, those bloated hollows, are results from Duke Seath's experiments in his tireless search for immortality and power, that he just kind of abandoned and needed somewhere to dispose of them. So threw them into this magical world meant to serve largely as a refuge for the unwanted. Just threw them away, essentially. I believe the undead dragons also fall under that category. But there's one thing that I believe, and again, I'm presenting like understandings of lore that I believe are fairly common amongst the fandom. There is not complete consensus on many or any of these things. but I'm presenting the readings that, or the understandings that I have, that are gleaned from usually lore videos presented by people more thoughtful or intelligent than I. Anything here? No? Notice there's one of the Berenica Knights over there. And a lot of these poor creatures are working really hard to defend something here. This is our first time fighting one with a sword, I think. Oh, damn! I wasn't expecting that. I remembered the sword variant being tougher than the mace variant, I just didn't expect we'd see one so soon. The Mace Knights are really easy, actually. Let's try this again. We are so close, and then we'll cut the stream after we clear Ariandel. Or Ariamis, rather. Ariandel is a location in Dark Souls 3, actually. Oh, God. No, 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 no! All those souls, like 5 levels worth of goddamn souls, no! I don't remember this bridge crossing being that hard. I really don't. Well, we just lost close to 100,000 souls. Oh, that's the worst. And this time, the Berenica Knight starts bearing down on us at much greater range. That's what killed us the first, or the last time. Oh, that archer. Are you kidding me? That's an instant kill. Are you... God damn it! We'll get there. We'll get there. We've had a surprisingly easy time through the game so far. It needed to pay us back eventually. Yeah, this is one of those classic Dark Souls moments, right down to losing several levels worth of souls in what should be a trivial encounter. The good news is, once we get to the other side of the bridge, the rest of our time here should be really quick and really, really breezy. There we go. This one's really fast, too. The other Berenica Knights, again, the ones with the maces, were not at all. There aren't many of these guys in the game, at all, I don't believe. That got him, finally. Well, we got some reinforcement materials from him. That's something, I guess. And now we can finally see what exactly was so abominable, so horrible, that the people of Lordran had to lock it away in the deepest, dankest part of an entirely separate dimension, inaccessible but by magic. Once again, let's read that item description for the doll. There once was an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. What could be so horrible? Meet the only boss in the entire game who is completely, thoroughly non-hostile, who we have to make the decision to murder if we want any souls or gifts from.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
This is crossbreed Priscilla.
Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. Thou must this I.
So you can probably see why Lord Gwyn would take offense to something like this. She, this fairly young woman, is a dragon, sort of titan or god hybrid. Well, how could such a thing happen, you may ask? Well, I'll give you the best guess, like fan theorists have kind of come up with. Well, okay, there's no diplomatic way to skirt around this. Like, first and foremost, or, well, not first and foremost, that would be, like, malicious transfiguration, but right up there in Seath the Scaleless's massive list of horrific atrocities is the fact that it's very heavily implied he is a serial rapist. And you actually meet a bunch of his deformed or malefic spawn at various points throughout the game. And it's believed that this poor thing is one of his children by rape. Because, well, there are no other, like, actual ancient dragons in this game. It's furthermore posited that his victim was the Princess Gwynevere, the sort of figurehead in Anor Londo. Why? Because, well, there's one thing that will raise a question we'll answer during tomorrow's stream, and it has to do... It can be found in this item description. I'm going to read it once more. The Princess of Sunlight Gwynevere left Anor Londo along with many other deities, and later became the wife to Flame God Flan. So, people have said, what if she, or another one of these fleeing deities, was assaulted by Seath, and the resulting child, like the creature brought forth, was a draconic sort of metahuman hybrid? Well, think about it. Seath wouldn't care in the least for, such a child, because all he wants are additional subjects for his experiments, or victims of his vile, vicious whims. And for Lord Gwyn, if he were to know that by any means that something of, draconic descent was born into his family, even if unwillingly, and even if the offender behind, its creation was one of his own vassals, his first and foremost priority would be to expunge it from his world, just as he did all the rest of the dragons, who, again, we have absolutely no indication were these malicious petty tyrants during their age. And so it's believed this poor little girl was shunned by one side of her family and completely unacknowledged by the other, and thrown in here at a very early age to just waste away. Because again, one monster brought her into the world through criminal, vicious impulse and cared nothing for her. And the other, another very different type of monster, was simply ashamed that in his world something like her could exist, and wanted to forget that the whole thing ever happened, that she ever happened. And so we're left with a boss character. Yes, we can attack her and have a boss fight, a pretty cool boss fight, honestly. Her mechanics revolve around invisibility. She can vanish from sight, and you'll actually have to trace her by watching for her footprints in the snow. You can use her soul to create that glorious thing, the Life Hunt Scythe. Think you can chop her tail off to get something else, but let me tell you something. I've not played Dark Souls many times, but I've never had it in me to do that. It just doesn't feel right. This person has suffered enough, more than enough, for nothing. And all the other, massive, powerful beings we fight and kill in this game are either mindless, heroes that lost what made them so great, or vicious, rampaging beasts, or invaders from other realms, other dimensions. Things that, well, we have to defend ourselves, defend our world against, but if we fight her, well, I'd say worse than an invader. We're just a murderer. And we're proving that Lord Gwyn was right. And that's why I'm going to take the other option. I'm going to leave. And we're not going to fight Crossbreed Priscilla. We're going to get King Jeremiah's armor set, which is really cool looking, honestly. And then we're going to leave this horrific artificial prison. And yeah, starting on tomorrow's stream, probably over the next 2 days, we're going to bring a reckoning to Duke Seath and to Lord Gwyn. Dark Souls, man. Got some pretty heavy stuff, actually. And with that, we're going to head back to our bonfire, and that'll be our stream for the evening, ending on a heavy but kind of an impactful note. So with that said, it's been over 4 hours straight. I hope this has been enjoyable. Thank you so much to everybody who stopped by, even if it was just for a moment. Thank you for being active in chat, or just being along for the ride and watching. Know how much I appreciate you. and hope you can join us tomorrow at, probably closer to 6 for a standard 3-hour stream of Dark Souls Remastered, because we're going to dig a bit deeper. Oh, thank you very much. MC says thank you for the amazing presentation. Yeah, that's just one of the really more poignant moments, more impactful, more emotional moments in the entire game, to me, anyway. And starting tomorrow, we're going to track down the remaining covenants and start making our way to Lord Gwyn, so he can be made to answer for all this. And so we can maybe show the world a better way. Looking forward to that. So we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Time. Until then, thank you so much, folks. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye-bye.